Hey guys, tonight we're settling into the softest leather you've ever accidentally stuck to with your bare arm. It's late. You're not at home. You're in a criminal's office. The kind of office that smells like cologne, wet wool, and the faint metallic memory of regret. The chair you're in is technically a couch, though the word couch doesn't quite do justice to this hulking, ox-blood leviathan stitched together with old money and moral compromise. You're trying to sleep. You really are. But through the wall, Raymond Smith, the man with a voice smoother than poisoned Earl Grey, is having one of his talks. Spoiler alert, you probably won't survive this week. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're at it, drop your local time and where you're listening from in the comments. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The first thing you notice isn't the couch, it's the clock. That damn Regency-era grandfather clock against the far wall. Mahogany with brass filigree and a face that looks vaguely judgmental. It ticks with the solemn certainty of a guillotine's prelude. A soft, measured talk, just slow enough to lull you toward sleep, but just loud enough to keep you from fully going under. You don't know if it's been wound by hand or by ghost, but it hasn't stopped once since you got here. Unlike the man whose broken wristwatch you now use as a bookmark. The couch shifts a little as you turn, trying to find a pocket of comfort. The leather squeaks softly beneath your jacket. You're still in your suit from earlier. Three-piece, charcoal, subtle pinstripe. The lapel smells faintly of cigarette smoke and betrayal, because obviously it does. Across the room, the shadows are deep enough to hide your thoughts in. One lamp glows beside the desk, low, gold, with a glass shade that filters the world into a kind of cinematic sepia. On the wall, a single framed photo of a man holding a bulldog. Neither is smiling. Behind that wall, the one to your right, is him, Raymond. His voice slips through like steam from a cracked kettle. Measured, calm, utterly unimpressed. Well, you see, Mickey might have let that go, but I'm not Mickey. You know that tone. It's not angry, it's clarifying. Somewhere in that room, another man is sweating, possibly weeping, almost definitely rethinking his business decisions. Possibly tied to a chair, possibly already part of it. You close your eyes. It's not just that you can't sleep, it's that your body remembers things the couch doesn't. You've slept in worse places, a bathtub full of banknotes, a moving lorry full of cabbage, the holding cell with the tax lawyer who tried to teach you yoga breathing. But this one's different. This one asks you to listen. Talk. 1 second closer to morning, or arrest, or retirement, depending on how tonight goes. You shift again. There's a faint click as something in your pocket presses against your ribs. You know what it is, the silver pen Raymond gave you. Not for signing documents, no, for making people nervous. It rattles a little as you shift it free, roll it between your fingers, and then tuck it under the cushion, safer there. And then, from the other side of the wall, that sound, a cup, porcelain, tapped lightly against a saucer. You don't need to see it to know. Raymond is pouring tea. For himself? Or maybe for the man who tried to steal 40 grand's worth of hydroponic skunk from the wrong freezer. You don't remember falling into this life, but you remember the tea. Camellia sinensis, that ancient leaf. Fun fact, it was introduced to Britain in the 17th century by Catherine of Braganza, a Portuguese princess with a caffeine habit. Historians still argue whether she actually started the trend or just glamorized an existing one. Either way, it stuck, just like the blood on that freezer door in Clapham. The couch sighs under your weight again, or maybe that's just you. The tension has seeped into your hips, into your jaw, into that place behind your eyes where you store lists of who owes who. You glance at the bookshelf. 3rd row, 2nd volume from the right. Tax Havens and You, A Gentleman's Guide to Surviving Inquiry. Hollowed out, naturally. What's inside? You'd guess a burner phone, or a finger. You don't check. You're breathing slow, not quite from sleep, more from necessity. The air here tastes like dust and bergamot and power. Talk. Somewhere outside, a car passes. Somewhere closer, someone exhales, but not you. And behind that wall, Raymond pauses his sentence. You can hear the silence stretch like taffy between syllables. Then, finally, let's agree this won't happen again. No reply, or maybe you just missed it. The clock ticks on, indifferent to forgiveness or bone fractures. You wonder briefly what time it is. You don't check your watch. Time's not real in here, only the ticking. You try again to sleep, but that couch is too soft, and that clock is too honest, and Raymond still not raising his voice. Talk. It's still ticking. 1 second, then another. You stare at the ceiling now. There's a faint water stain in the plaster, the shape of a jellyfish, or perhaps an old country you can't quite name. The kind of mark that could tell a story if someone had the time to care about it. You don't. Not tonight. Tonight, you're trying to sleep on a couch that cost more than your mother's flat. A couch that smells like well-worn leather, ginger cologne, and the echo of conversations you were never meant to hear. The room is so quiet you can hear the radiator click as it cools. Somewhere outside, a fox screams in that awful human way foxes do,
like a Victorian child being denied pudding. And from behind the wall, silence. The tea must be finished. The lesson paused, not over. You shift your head against the armrest, which is exactly 4.2 centimeters too high for proper spinal alignment. A detail you now know because you've measured it with your cheekbone for the last 40 minutes. You're not in pain, but you are in discomfort. That low-level elegant suffering known only to underappreciated foot soldiers and under-caffeinated royalty. Your fingers find the seam in the couch. The thread is perfect, taut, hand-stitched probably. Raymond doesn't do machine-made, neither in upholstery nor in consequences. You begin counting threads. 1, 2, 3. A voice cuts the silence. Not from behind the wall this time. It's your memory. Raymond's voice, but from 2 weeks ago in the warehouse in East Finchley, when he said, "No one ever really steals from us. They borrow without permission. Once." That once had gravity, like a planet. It pulled everyone in the room a fraction closer to the floor. A few people closer to their last will and testament. One of them actually fainted. Raymond offered smelling salts, very considerate. Historians still debate whether the Victorian aristocracy truly carried salts at all times, or whether that's just a romanticized lie from period dramas. What's certain, however, is that Raymond had them in a silver tube monogrammed R.S., and they worked. You exhale slowly. Still no sound from the other room. Maybe he's letting the silence do its job. It usually does. On your chest, the buttons of your vest press faintly into your skin, little reminders of how much starch was used. You consider unbuttoning, but then you remember the last time someone got too comfortable in this room. Gerald. Poor, slightly sweaty Gerald. Still walks with a limp, and still makes tea with one hand, which is impressive considering the other one's technically his, but doesn't quite cooperate anymore. You reach for the remote, the small black one on the side table. Press the button. The lights dim further. Now the room is wrapped in that warm amber hush, the kind of lighting that makes you feel like nothing truly terrible could happen, which is, of course, the lie Raymond always prefers. Your foot brushes something under the couch, a file folder. You pretend you didn't notice, but of course you did. You close your eyes. Try again. The ticking continues. Let's talk about that clock, shall we? It was made in 1824, or so Raymond claims. Designed by one of George IV's royal craftsmen, a man with the charmingly Dickensian name of Barnaby Tachman. Yes, really. Tachman's clocks were renowned for their silence. This one is not. which is either proof it's fake or that it was specially modified to be loud enough to drive a man mad, but just softly enough that he doubts it's the clock doing it. Either way, it ticks. And so do you. You blink at the ceiling again. The jellyfish stain looks smug now. From behind the wall, a chair shifts. A breath is drawn. Then Raymond speaks again, calm, crisp, a paper cut in a velvet glove. The thing about theft, Darren, is that it assumes something doesn't already belong to someone else. The way he says belong makes the hair on your neck sit up like it's attending a sermon. You imagine Darren is nodding vigorously, or crying, or both, possibly gagged, possibly just choking on nerves, possibly realizing he should have invested in a different type of greenhouse. The marijuana, that's what this is about. You recall the exact weight, 27.3 kilograms. The strain, Gorilla Widow. High THC, low empathy. Street value, roughly 2 Aston Martins. Or 1 week of expenses for Raymond's bulldog, Algernon. You recall the night it went missing, a cold Tuesday. You were the one who noticed first. The invoice tagged as organic kale. Clever, but not clever enough. You flagged it with a yellow post-it, drew a frowny face, and slid it silently into Raymond's inbox. 3 hours later, Darren disappeared. 3 days later, you were gifted this couch, which at the time seemed like a thank you gesture. Now, it feels more like a front row seat to a morality play. Talk. Your eyes close again, not from fatigue, but from a kind of psychological exhaustion particular to morally flexible accountants and half-loyal lieutenants. On the far wall, a bookshelf creaks softly, probably settling, or maybe not. Maybe the books are listening. Maybe one of them remembers Darren better than you do. Outside the window, rain has started. Soft, polite, British rain. The kind that says, "I'll ruin your plans, but in Kashmir." You don't mind. Rain is good. Rain covers sounds. Rain makes blood wash away easier. Not that there's been any recently. You hope. You shift again. The couch sighs. Or maybe it's you. The clock ticks. Or maybe it's a warning. And behind the wall, Raymond pours another cup.
You're not sure how long it's been. Minutes? Hours? Your concept of time has dissolved into the rhythmic tyranny of that tock, each beat landing with all the gentle subtlety of a guillotine being lowered by butler service. You haven't moved in 5 minutes, or 10. You've become part of the couch. The soft leather has accepted you like a house cat in cashmere. Your heartbeat matches the clock now, slow, intentional, suspiciously synchronized. Behind the wall, Raymond hasn't raised his voice. which, of course, is worse. You hear a long breath, the kind of breath someone takes before confessing, or confessing someone else. You shift your gaze to the ceiling again, to the jellyfish-shaped stain, and try to imagine its drifting, gentle, dreamlike, slightly moldy. And then you remember that jellyfish wasn't always there. Last month, it looked like whales. You know this because you spent 3 hours avoiding an awkward post-shoot conversation by categorizing ceiling stains into the UK counties. Cornwall was your favorite, neat borders, smelled faintly of vanilla glue. Talk. You're almost about to drift off when the chair behind Raymond's desk creaks. No one's in the room but you. You know this. You triple-checked the locks when you came in. You have a key. You are the key. Technically, Raymond trusts you enough to nap here. Technically, he also trusts his dog to sit in the back seat with the product, which ended once with shredded upholstery and a very stoned poodle. But still, the chair creaks. You don't look. Not yet. Instead, you take inventory of everything in the room. You know from memory there are 4 weapons in this office, not counting whatever Raymond might be carrying next door. 2 of them are functional. The antique letter opener with a blade like the whisper of a threat, and the weighted bronze bulldog statue on the bookshelf that once helped Gerald forget how consonants worked. The third is decorative, a saber from a ceremonial cavalry uniform. Historians still argue whether such sabers were ever sharpened or merely meant for show. Raymond swears his was sharpened by an angry French monk. You've never tested that. And the fourth, the most dangerous one? That would be the silver teapot. Not because of its weight or its boiling contents, but because of what it represents. Tea, in Raymond's world, is never just tea. It's a ritual, a warning, a lullaby sung through gritted teeth. If you're offered tea in his presence, congratulations, you're either safe or already dead. And tonight, someone behind that wall is sipping from a cup that probably cost more than your childhood home. Talk. The chair creaks again. You glance at it now, slowly, casually. Nothing. Just the leather rolling back into shape. Probably your imagination. Probably just gravity. You close your eyes again. Bad idea. Because this time, you remember the night the tiles turned red. Not metaphorically, not emotionally, physically red. It was a Tuesday. It's always a Tuesday. You had just delivered the quarterlies, balanced with annotations and polite emojis, because professionalism is not dead. And Raymond had asked if you could stay for tea. You said yes. You always say yes. Half an hour later, there was a misunderstanding involving a Czech importer, two mismatched crates, and one extremely rude gesture involving a barometer. By the end of it, the man's shoes were soaked, but he still finished his biscuit. That kind of grit is rare. Tuesdays, you think, always the worst days for subtle murder. Historically, Tuesdays have been unlucky. The Spanish even have a saying, "En martes ni te cases, ni te embarques, ni de tu casa te apartes," which loosely translates to, "On Tuesdays, neither marry, nor travel, nor leave the house." Historians debate whether the day's bad luck originates from Mars, the Roman god of war, or just generations of anecdotal evidence from people who forgot to read the fine print. Either way, you agree. You shift your position again, folding your arm beneath your head. Something cracks. Not loudly, just a soft pop from your shoulder. You wince. Then remember, last time you made that sound in this office, someone said, "Bless you," and then tossed you a silencer. That was a good day. You're nearly, so nearly, falling into that first soft layer of unconsciousness when the teacup clinks again. A pause. And then, "Do you understand now?" Raymond says. The voice next door answers, but not in words. It's a sort of noise, wet, quiet, acceptance, maybe, or surrender, or something else that doesn't require syllables. You stare at the ceiling again. The jellyfish is gone. Now it looks like a tulip. You blink twice, slowly, then once more, just for the rhythm of it. And the chair creaks again. This time, you don't turn your head. Instead, you speak, just above a whisper. "Not tonight." No one answers. Not the chair, not the clock, not even the shadow at the far end of the room, which has stretched just a little too long to be casual. You reach into your pocket, pull out the silver pen, click it once. A signal? To who? That's the fun part. Tock.
Click. The pen snaps back into silence. You hold it in your hand for a few seconds longer than necessary. Not because it's useful in any traditional sense. It's not a weapon, not a communicator, not even particularly smooth to write with. It's just his, Raymond's, engraved, heavy, balanced like a confession. The chair is still now. Whatever made it creak has either settled or is listening more intently. You stare at the pen. The initials, R.S., glint faintly in the lamp's amber glow. You once asked what the S stood for. He said it stood for "still deciding," and that was that. From the other side of the wall, the scrape of ceramic against wood. Someone, possibly Darren, is placing a cup back down, gently, as if the table might explode. You breathe out, deep, measured, the kind of breath people mistake for calm when it's really processing. You shift slightly, allowing the couch to swallow you another inch. It obliges, groaning in slow approval. The leather smells of bergamot, old newspaper, and quiet triumph. Somewhere in the wall's wiring, something buzzes. You're not sure if it's electrical or psychological. It doesn't matter. You're not sleeping tonight, and that's okay, because you remember now. You remember the last time someone tried to sleep in this room. It was summer, warm, sticky in that very British way, where the air feels like someone's breathing on you through a damp sock. The air conditioning had gone out, and the windows, of course, don't open. Too risky, too exposed. The man, let's call him Peter, because that's what his wallet said, had asked politely if he could rest his eyes. You were there. You even poured him a glass of water. And when you returned from the kitchen, he was asleep. For 17 minutes. Then the bookshelf clicked open. And Peter disappeared, only to reappear 2 days later, scrubbed, dressed, and working in a pub near Croydon, under the name Alan. He never looked you in the eyes again, but he did return the glass, immaculately cleaned, wrapped in a linen napkin. Historians still argue whether that pub belonged to Raymond or just had unusually polite bartenders. You suspect both. Tock. The clock is slower now. Or maybe your brain is stretching each beat into eternity. It's what sleep deprivation does, turns time into treacle. You shift your attention to the painting above the fireplace. It's of a hound, stoic, majestic, possibly bored. The hound's eyes are slightly too human. One ear is torn. Artist's detail or actual injury, no one knows. But it watches. There's a story about that painting. Raymond told it once. You weren't sure if it was a joke, a threat, or a warning disguised as a bedtime anecdote. He said, "This dog once guarded a churchyard in Kent, bit a bishop in 1794. Became a local legend. They say it still walks the halls when it rains. It's raining now, quietly, Britishly, like it's apologizing for existing. And the dog's eyes seem wetter than before. You blink, and it's just paint again. The lamp hums softly. The radiator hisses, like it's reacting to the memory of that bishop. You glance down at the pen in your hand. It's warm now, either from your grip or from the way tension holds heat. You place it back in your pocket. Another sound from the other room, a drawer opening. You recognize the sound. It's the mahogany one, second from the left, velvet-lined. Contains only 3 things: a photograph of a woman in a red coat, a USB stick labeled Funeral Songs, and a small bottle of ink that smells like clove and iron. You don't know which one he's touching. You don't want to. Talk. The chair creaks again. You speak, quieter this time. Not yet. No response. But the shadows shift. There's something you once heard, in passing, from the old driver who used to take Raymond's dogs to the vet. This office breathes at night. The walls expand. They remember what's been said here. You thought he was being poetic. Then he was reassigned to mailroom duty in Lisbon. No one ever explained why. You stand, slowly, silently. The couch releases you with a leathery sigh, like a disappointed parent watching their child choose interpretive dance over law school. You stretch once, quiet joints, quiet mind. You cross the room, not toward the door, just around, one step at a time. You place your fingers on the bookshelf, third row, second column, the one with the false spine, accounting for shadows. You don't pull it, not yet. Instead, you reach for the kettle, the second kettle, the one hiding behind the decanter, electric, matte black, silent as sin. You flick it on. If you're going to stay awake, there might as well be tea. And as the water begins to murmur, you hear Raymond's voice one more time. Clear, sharp, final. Then I suppose this concludes our understanding. Silence. No chair, no cup, no breath. You close your eyes. The kettle boils. The clock ticks. And you wonder, again, what happened to Darren.
Steam curls upward from the kettle in a slow, delicate spiral. The kind of steam that doesn't just rise, but lingers, stretches, observes. You pour without a splash. Water hits the loose leaf blend with a sigh, like a banker sitting down after laundering his 5th million. The cup you choose is thin-boned porcelain, stolen, probably, from a French ambassador in 2006. No one talks about that trip anymore. You stir twice clockwise, once counter, then set the spoon gently on the tray. No clink, no chime, just ceremony. Everything in this room obeys a code, even the tea. You lift the cup. You don't drink. Not yet. Behind the wall, complete surgical silence. The kind that makes you want to clear your throat out of sheer guilt. But you don't. Because in this office, silence is rarely empty. It's usually loaded. The chair beside the desk creaks again. Just once. Just enough. You look at it. Still no one there. The cushion has that freshly vacated slump to it, though. That indentation you only get from a person who's been sitting with the weight of either regret or a Glock in their waistband. You take a small sip of tea. It's perfect. Of course it is. Raymond once told you his rule for choosing tea. It should be strong enough to stain bone china, but soft enough to pair with violence. You asked him if that was a metaphor. He said no, just a pairing suggestion. Your fingers cradle the cup like it's an old cat, warm, fragile, likely to scratch. Let's talk about this room. It smells of tobacco leaf, sandalwood, and the ghosts of decisions made in expensive shoes. Every item has been curated with such precision that even the dust motes seem to have clearance badges. The rug, for example, hand-woven, naturally. Afghan, possibly, Uzbek. Worn smooth in exactly 3 spots. By the window, contemplation. Beside the desk, interrogation. And just in front of the fireplace, elimination. Historians still argue whether the stain near the hearth is wine, ink, or testimony. You've stopped wondering. You sit back down, not on the couch this time, the armrest, upright, alert. The tea keeps your hands busy. The warmth reminds your fingertips they still exist. That's useful. There's a box on the shelf behind you, unlabeled, untouched. You've seen Raymond open it only once, the night they found Neville's car upside down in the canal, full of orchids and exactly 0 Neville. Inside the box were 25 matchbooks, each from a different bar, each with a single initial scrawled inside. No 2 letters the same. You tried once to decode it, gave up after M matched a man whose last known words were, allegedly, "But I ordered the fish." Tock. Still ticking. You glance again toward the wall. Still no sound. Maybe Darren is gone, or asleep, or folded neatly into a diplomatic pouch. The thing about Raymond is, he doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't need to. His voice is a hallway you get lost in, even when the doors are open. You sip again. The tea is doing its job. So is the clock. And so is the part of your brain that's quietly sorting through everything that feels off. Because something is. It's not just the silence. It's the placement of it. You start running through the last few minutes, sounds, movements, tones. Raymond never said goodbye. He never says goodbye, of course. But he always ends a conversation. And this one didn't end. Which means Darren is either still there or not there enough. You set the cup down. Quietly. You stand again. Walk over to the fireplace. Let your hand rest lightly on the mantel, just to feel the grain of the wood. The fire isn't lit, hasn't been in months. Yet the hearth still radiates the idea of heat, which is almost the same. You bend down, inspecting the baseboard. There, the hatch, almost invisible. You don't open it, you just check that it's there. Good. Still an exit, just in case. There's an old photograph tucked behind the mantel clock. You take it out. It's from a Christmas party in 2009. You, Raymond, Gerald, and someone named Anthony who no longer features in the payroll. Everyone's holding glasses of something dark. You all look younger, less sharpened. You slide the photo back. Let's talk about the chandelier for a moment. It's not overly large, nothing gauche. Brass arms, soft amber bulbs. A single crystal teardrop that always spins slowly, no matter what you do. No one remembers if it's motorized or cursed.
One intern tried to stop it once. She now works in dog grooming in Cyprus. Still sends postcards, mostly of clouds. Talk. You return to the desk. Sit in the chair that creaked. This time, you let it groan under your weight. It's not symbolic. It's necessary. Because if someone is listening, and they probably are, you want them to know you're awake now. You're not napping. You're watching. You pick up the pen again. Click. Twice. A beat. And then, from the bookshelf, a click. Not loud. Just mechanical. Just enough. And just like that, the room tilts. Not literally, but in the gut. Something has shifted. And you know with absolute clarity, the conversation in the other room, it was for you all along.
The click from the bookshelf wasn't random. You know that. Raymond's world doesn't do random. You stare at the spine of the book that moved, a faded red volume titled Strategic Botanicals of the Empire. It never interested you before. One of those camouflage titles, dusty and dry. The kind no one pulls unless they're being ironic or warned. Now it's tilted just slightly forward, like it's raising an eyebrow. You don't move toward it, not yet, because in this room, movement is a signal. Instead, you lean back in the creaking chair, deliberately, and glance once at the door leading to the other room. Still closed, still silent, still watching you. You clear your throat quietly, then sip from the tea, just to keep the rhythm of the evening steady, predictable, boring. Raymond likes boring. That's when people forget they're being interrogated. Let's talk about the walls. They're insulated, yes, but not in the way you'd expect. The panels are lined with wool. Expensive, imported wool. The kind used for Savile Row suits and certain royal coffins. It absorbs sound, keeps secrets, makes murder feel less echoey. Historians still argue whether early soundproofing in Victorian clubs was meant for discretion or simply to keep out the draft. Either way, this room has inherited the tradition and perfected it. Tuck. The pen in your hand clicks again, not on purpose this time. Your thumb just needed to do something. You glance down, the silver's gone warm again. Maybe from your hand, maybe from the electricity crawling up your spine. Because you realize something. There's a draft. Only slightly, but unmistakable. A thread of air moving across your ankle. Which shouldn't be possible, because the windows are sealed, and the vent hasn't worked since someone used it to store cigars and a listening device from 1993. So, where's the air coming from? You look at the bookshelf again. That tilted book is the only thing out of place. Everything else is rigid, controlled, catalogued with the same intensity Raymond applies to his wardrobe. Shirts arranged by collar sharpness, not color. You stand, softly, approach the shelf. Your hand reaches toward the book, but stops just shy, hovering. Because now your brain is busy cataloging the other time someone touched the shelf without permission. It was a man named Colin, loud, smug, prone to unfunny jokes about Thai massages. He reached for a whiskey decanter, missed, grabbed the wrong book, the green one, not the brown. The wall opened. Colin disappeared. 3 weeks later, his passport was found on a ferry to Norway, lodged in the mouth of a taxidermied cod. You blink twice, slow, deliberate. And then, without thinking, you reach out and pull the red book. It moves. The shelf clicks, then slides, just slightly, just enough to reveal another door. Not hidden behind the bookshelf, but behind the shelf within the shelf. You stare at it. Behind you, the kettle lets out one final, exhausted sigh. The door opens. Not all the way, just a crack. But you see it. Not a room. Not a tunnel. Not even stairs. It's a mirror. You're looking at yourself. Only not quite. Because the lighting is different. The reflection doesn't match. The you on the other side is sitting, still in the chair. But you're standing. You blink. He doesn't. The mirror you, the not you, is sipping tea from your cup. The stain on the wallpaper behind him, slightly higher than the one behind you. The clock in the background is ticking backwards. You step back, close the book. The shelf clicks again, closes, gone. Talk, normal again. The kettle is cold now. You're holding the cup, though you don't remember picking it up again. You sit back down. Check the time. The clock says 2:47 a.m. The same time it said 30 minutes ago. You blink. Nothing changes. You look toward the door to the next room. Still closed. Still quiet. Except you can smell something now. Not tea. Not gun oil. Not bergamot. Something sharper. Metallic. Ink? No. Iron. Blood has a smell, and you've been around it long enough to know. You stand. Step to the door. Pause. You don't knock. Because in Raymond's world, knocking is a confession. You open the door. Just slightly. Peek in. Empty. The chair is empty. The tea set is clean. Too clean. No steam. No crumbs. No presents. No Darren. No Raymond. Just the clock on the far wall, ticking backwards. You close the door. Return to your seat. You pick up the pen again. Click. 3 times this time. Then, wait. Nothing. You speak softly. If this is a test, I've already failed prettier ones. The room doesn't laugh, but the clock skips a beat, and the dog in the painting, his torn ear, twitches just once, as if remembering something you haven't done yet.
You sit very still. Not the kind of stillness born from calm,
but the stillness of someone aware they've just been clocked by the universe. A stillness curated down to the muscle. The kind of stillness that would make a predator think twice, or at least pause long enough for you to quietly reach for the spoon and pray its silver-coated iron. The pen is still in your hand, warm, too warm. You tap it twice against your thigh, once for reassurance, once for rhythm. The third tap you skip instinctively. The rule in this office is simple. 3 of anything means yes. You don't say yes until you know what the question is. The chair creaks beneath you, not dramatically, just enough to say, yes, we're still here. You glance toward the mirror shelf again. Closed, sealed, or pretending to be. The reflection you saw or imagined is gone, or perhaps absorbed. The bookshelf is exactly as it always is, except now you are not. From the wall behind you, the clock ticks forward again, but it sounds annoyed. You rise. The tea is cold. The cup is dry. You don't remember drinking it. You don't even remember setting it down. Your hands go instinctively to the desk. 3rd drawer, left side. The one with the old receipts. The business cards with names like Fritz and Len. And that one half-burnt envelope you're not allowed to open unless the voice tells you to. Not Raymond's voice. The other one. You open the drawer, slowly. Still there. The cards, the receipts, the envelope, still sealed, still charred at the corner, like it was fished from the mouth of a very selective fire. You reach for it, just brush it with 2 fingers. Something shifts in the ceiling. A soft mechanical thud, distant, but close enough to make your jaw tighten. You take your hand away from the envelope. Good choice. Let's talk about the light in the corner. It's a simple lamp, mid-century, swivel-necked, possibly Swedish, possibly stolen. Its light is dull now, lower than before. Not flickering, just dimmer, as though it's been watching everything and finally decided to be less involved. A lot of things in this room behave that way. The carpet, for example, still patterned, still worn in those same 3 places. But now you swear the worn patch near the fireplace is larger than it was 20 minutes ago. Maybe your memory's off. Maybe time is folding. Maybe something was dragged. Historians still argue whether the phenomenon of time dilation in stressful environments is psychological or physiological. The truth in this room
is spatially hostile. Time behaves the way Raymond behaves, efficiently when watched, and with elaborate cruelty when left alone. Talk. Back to normal now. You glance at the clock. 2:46 a.m. Didn't it say 2:47 earlier? You blink, and suddenly remember the marble tile beneath the coat rack. No one ever walks on it. You've never seen anyone step on it. You've stepped around it a dozen times, subconsciously. Even the dog avoids it. You stand, walk over, just to test something. You shift your weight forward, slowly bringing one foot down over the tile. Nothing happens. You press. Still nothing. Then, faintly, the tick behind you stops. You freeze. Turn your head, just slightly. The clock has paused. The hands are frozen between minutes, hovering. And that's when you hear the third voice. Not through the wall, not in your memory, but in the room. A whisper, male, not Raymond, not Darren, not you. Something older, drier. He told you not to touch the tile. You spin. No one. You step back. The clock resumes. Talk. You don't move. You return to the chair. Sit again. Pull out the photo from behind the mantel. The 2009 Christmas party. Look again. This time, there's a fifth person in the frame. To the left of Raymond. Half-shadowed. Gloved hands. No face. Just the faint outline of a tie pin in the shape of a question mark. You've never seen that before. You stare. The photo pulses slightly in your grip. You tuck it back. Stand. Cross the room. Pull open the curtain behind the desk, the one you've never touched. Behind it, a second door. No handle. Just an old brass keyhole. You don't have the key, but Raymond does, or did, or someone else wants you to think he doesn't anymore. You look once more at the tea set. Empty. One sugar cube missing. Not from your cup, but from a third saucer. One that wasn't there before. Which means you were never alone. Which means this is still happening. Which means the next move is yours. So you do the only logical thing left. You sit back, pick up the pen, click once, and whisper, "I'm ready." The clock doesn't tick. The mirror doesn't open. But from deep in the bookshelf, you hear something breathe.
You hold your breath long enough to feel the edges of your lungs protest like underpaid staff. The sound behind the bookshelf isn't wind. It isn't plumbing. It isn't rats. Although, to be fair, you've met some rats that breathe more discreetly than humans. No, this is intentional,
controlled, curated. Something, someone is inhaling through the paper-thin veil between books and whatever lies behind them. And now they know you're awake. You set the pen down, quietly, the way a magician might set down a loaded deck before switching to fire. And yet the room doesn't move. Not the way you'd expect. No sudden shifts, no ghostly howls, not even the radiator sighs. Everything is exactly as it was, which is exactly what's wrong. You speak, barely a whisper. If you've come to make me paranoid, you're late. No reply. You rise again. It's becoming a rhythm now. The sitting, the standing, the pacing. You're the pendulum in the room. And that clock? It's following you. You step toward the mirror again. The red book. The shelf. You don't touch it. Instead, your eyes track the faint scratch marks on the floor, subtle grooves where the shelf has slid open before. Not recently, but often. A ritual, a routine. Something, someone passes through here regularly. Maybe when you're not around. Maybe while you sleep. Or when you think you're sleeping. The tea in your gut churns. Let's talk about reflections. Historically, mirrors were once covered after death to prevent the soul from getting trapped, or worse, from stepping back through. Historians still argue whether this was superstition, grief management, or simply an excuse for bad wallpaper. But one thing's certain. In Raymond's world, mirrors are never decorative. They're invitational. You reach for the silver teaspoon, just in case. A polite weapon, nothing too flashy. Something you can hold without looking guilty. Something that could, if applied with force and surprise, make someone rethink their evening plans. You pocket it. The chair creaks again. You're not in it. You look, slowly. The backrest is still swaying. Just a bit. You didn't do that. You didn't. You walk slowly toward the desk, one step at a time. Your shoes make no sound on the rug. Your shadow moves like it's got somewhere better to be. You stop. Let your hand drift to the desktop, to the folder marked Client A. You've seen this folder before, dozens of times. Always closed, always avoided. Not because it's dangerous, though it is, but because it's boring. Tax codes, real estate, cross-ownership via dental clinics. But tonight, you open it. Inside, receipts, photos, maps, and a napkin. A white linen napkin with a lipstick kiss on one corner, and the words, "Do not trust the second cup." You stare at the tea set. There were 2 cups, weren't there? Yours and Darren's. And yet you drank yours, didn't you? Or did someone switch them? You take a breath, taste the air. Sweet, too sweet. You think of the missing sugar cube, of the mirror, of the third saucer. You think of how Raymond always insists, don't sip anything you didn't see poured. You look down at your hands, steady, but your vision tilts just slightly. The rug's pattern begins to swirl in a way you know rugs shouldn't. You blink twice, hard. Still swirling. Not good. You sit, not from decision, but necessity. Your knees buckle just a whisper too late. The chair groans beneath you, familiar now, like an old enemy who's grown fond of your visits. Let's talk about hallucinations. One fringe theory in 18th century pharmacology proposed that mild poisoning of tea with either belladonna or datura could produce visions of clarity mistaken for divine inspiration. Historians, of course, still argue whether such visions were truly spiritual or just the 18th century version of being off your head. You close your eyes, count backward. 10, 9, 8. The clock ticks, but now it sounds like laughter. Or maybe not. You open your eyes, and the painting above the fireplace? The dog is gone. Just the frame remains, empty, smoky, like someone's memory had a stroke and forgot the middle part. You don't move. Because what would you even move toward? The bookshelf? The mirror? The door? You glance at the photo from 2009 again, still tucked on the mantel. This time, the 5th figure is smiling, and he's holding your pen. You didn't give it to him. You didn't even see him take it, but it's gone from your pocket now. And you? You're still sitting, still breathing, still watching the clock, which now ticks twice for every second. And behind the mirror, you hear someone exhale. Your voice is calm, flat, not yours anymore. If this is the part where I die, please don't do it on a Tuesday. No one reply. But the air shifts. The dog's frame shimmers. And the second saucer on the tea tray is full again.
You don't drink the tea. You don't even look directly at the saucer. You've learned slowly, sleepily, through experience and mild trauma, that some things in this room react to observation, like quantum particles or trained butlers. Instead, you let your eyes drift, casually, aimlessly. At least that's the performance. Behind your gaze, your thoughts click into formation like a weapons check before a polite duel. Let's start with what we know. There are now 2 full cups of tea on the tray. The painting of the dog is gone, frame still intact. The photo from 2009 has changed again. The mirror opened once, but only to show you a reflection that didn't belong to physics. And the clock is ticking faster now. Let's be clear, you're not dreaming. You wish you were, but dreams don't carry the scent of bergamot with that metallic undercurrent. Dreams don't whisper through bookshelves. And dreams don't remember the exact invoice total for 27.3 kilograms of hydroponic Gorilla Widow, which, for the record, was 114,087 pounds before VAT. You stand slowly. The room watches, patient, unblinking. You cross to the tea tray and, without looking, slide the second cup an inch to the left. A test. Just a test. Nothing happens. Then the spoon beside it spins. Once. No wind, no contact. Just a quiet pirouette. You nod once respectfully. Someone or something is in the mood for theatrics tonight. You move back toward the bookshelf. You pull the red book. This time the shelf slides more confidently. And behind it? Not a mirror. Not anymore. Just a room, small, lit by a single bulb that hums like a lazy bee. In the center, a chair, empty, a tea tray identical to yours, a desk, and a file marked You. You pause, step inside. The carpet underfoot is identical to the one you just left, right down to the small burn mark from where Gerald once dropped a cigar mid-sentence. Everything here is the same, too same. You walk toward the desk, open the file. Inside, a photo of you tonight, sitting on the couch. A transcript of your last 12 sentences. A map of London with 3 dots in red. Your flat, Raymond's warehouse in Hackney, and this very office. And a note, handwritten, in your handwriting. It reads, "If you're reading this, you've already failed the test. But don't worry, you're not supposed to pass." You sit in the chair. Because, of course, you do. It welcomes you like an old sin. Let's talk about surveillance. The first hidden camera was patented in 1904.
a German invention disguised as a tie pin. Historians still argue whether it was used for military espionage or simply to observe awkward dinner parties. But the point is, observation changes behavior. And right now, you're being watched. Not metaphorically. You look up. There, in the top corner of the room, is a lens. Tiny, blinking red. But not filming you. Filming the other room. Your room. Where the chair creaks again. You stare at the feed. There's a figure in the chair, sitting where you sat, sipping tea. It's wearing your suit, your shoes, your face, but its eyes are wrong, too still, too calm, like they were never meant to blink. You speak softly. All right then, what now? The feed cuts to black. The bulb above flickers once, then twice, then darkness. You're alone, or you're not. You reach for the file again, but your hand hits wood. The desk is gone. You're back on the couch. Your tea is still warm. The dog painting is back, but this time the dog is facing the other way. And the clock. The hands are missing. Only the ticking remains. You exhale. Once. Calm. Because now you understand. You're not in danger. You're in rotation. A loop. A curated experience. The kind Raymond might design not to punish you, but to perfect you. You close your eyes. Let the leather of the couch rise around you again. Let your fingers trace the edge of the spoon in your pocket. Let the ticking anchor you. And somewhere, far away, behind 10 inches of wool-paneled wall, a voice says, "Good, he's learning."
You don't open your eyes right away, because the moment between knowing and reacting is often more valuable than the reaction itself. Raymond taught you that. Or maybe it was his dog, Algernon. Hard to say. Both had a way of looking at you like they'd already filled out your obituary. The couch holds you like a velvet vice. You feel the cushion slowly re-inflate beneath your weight. The leather creaks with that soft, authoritative whisper. You left, and now you're back. You open your eyes. The room is unchanged. Almost. The cup is full again. Of course it is. This time the tea is steaming. Fresh, fragrant, floral. But the saucer beneath it has a crack. Thin, elegant hairline. It wasn't there before. Or maybe it was, and now you've been trained to notice what changes. The painting of the dog? Now there are 2 dogs, both facing opposite directions, both with matching torn ears. You sit upright, alert. You reach into your pocket. The spoon is still there.
Good, solid, cold. You stand, and as you do, the clock begins to tick in Morse code. You listen. It's not random. You've heard this rhythm before, once in a warehouse in Peckham, where a man named Lewis had his own ideas about encryption and ended up being encrypted himself. His last words? The dots know things. Nobody laughed. The code now? 3 short ticks. 3 long. 3 short again. You don't need to be a code breaker to know what that means. SOS. From the clock? Or from someone using the clock? You step toward it. The pendulum sways, smooth, unhurried. But now it casts 2 shadows, one to the left, one to the right. And the shadows? They're swaying out of sync. You speak gently. I'm awake. And something behind the fireplace clicks. You turn slowly. No rush. This room respects ceremony. There's a shift in the bricks, like breath in stone. A panel swings inward, revealing a space just wide enough for a person to slip through. You don't hesitate, because at this point, hesitation would be impolite. The passage is narrow, musty, lined with old posters from boxing matches and political campaigns long forgotten. A flashlight buzzes to life automatically as you step through, not carried by you, but embedded in the wall. Cold LED, harsh on the eyes, better than the dark. You walk 10 steps, then 15, then stop. There's a chair, another one, different from before. This one's plastic, utilitarian, the kind you'd find in a school cafeteria in 1987, bolted to the floor. And on it, a cassette player, with a label that simply reads, "Play, don't rewind." You press the button. The tape hisses for a moment. Then, a voice. Familiar. Raymond. If you're listening to this, you've done well enough to be given options. Rare in our line of work. Don't get sentimental. It's not a reward. It's a pressure valve. The tape clicks softly. You'll now return to the room, but not the same one. There will be 3 changes, subtle, meant for you to notice. If you name them aloud, mind you, before the tea goes cold, you pass. Another hiss. Click. Whir. End of tape. You don't rewind, because you're polite. You return. The same number of steps. The panel closes behind you. You re-enter the room. Sit. Wait. 3 changes. You scan. The painting now has 3 dogs. Your cup is gone, replaced with a glass of red wine. And the clock? The hands have returned, but they read 13:13. You smile, just a little. You say aloud, 3 dogs, wine not tea, unlucky time. A pause. The room purrs. It's not a noise, not exactly, but it feels like approval. The couch warms beneath you. The light softens. The spoon in your pocket cools. You passed. But past what exactly? That's the real question. Because on the desk now, there's a new file, labeled Field Promotion. You don't open it. Not yet. You lean back, close your eyes, and for the first time in hours, or days, depending how the clock works now, you exhale fully, because you finally understand. This wasn't a test of fear. It was a test of focus. And no one survives in Raymond's world without knowing what not to drink, what not to say, and when to sit still and listen. Talk.
You don't reach for the file immediately. That's not how things are done here. In this world, Raymond's world, to reach too quickly is to reveal desire, and desire is leverage. You let it sit. You let them wonder if you even noticed it. Instead, you look toward the clock. 13:13. It hasn't moved. That's fine. You're not here for linearity. You sip the wine, or rather, you consider it. You lift the glass, swirl, sniff. Earthy, dry, Pinot Noir, maybe. But there's something off. Not the smell, not the taste, the glass itself. It's faintly warm, not from your hand, but from being placed too recently. And the stem is crooked, intentionally. Let's talk about misdirection. Magicians use it. So do assassins. And Raymond? He builds entire evenings around it. Historians still argue whether the greatest con men were born or made, whether they arose from necessity or genius. You suspect both. But Raymond is something else entirely. He doesn't con, he curates. This promotion, this file, curated. You set down the glass, untouched, and only then, do you reach for the file. The cover is textured, thick, real paper, not this glossy rubbish. You open it carefully, like something inside might detonate from enthusiasm. Inside, a single-page memo, a Polaroid, and a brass key threaded through a velvet ribbon. The memo reads, Field Promotion, Conditional. Effective immediately, you are cleared for external contact without chaperone. You will relocate.
You will observe. You will not interfere unless triggered. Your phrase is, "Time only ticks when watched. Use only when required." You are now Raymond's shadow, not his echo. The Polaroid shows a door, rusted green, number 47.5. No location, no context. But you recognize the brass lion's head knocker. Only one place in London ever had two of them. The old distillery in Whitechapel. Closed in 1992. Exploded in 1996. And yet, the Polaroid is dated next week. You place it down gently. The key is small, teeth like a question mark. You hold it up. It glints once, then dims, as if it knows it doesn't belong to you yet. You don't pocket it. You lay it flat. And now the room adjusts. Just a hair, a breath. The temperature drops by a single sarcastic degree. You look at the couch. Still there, still soft, still a trap if you fall asleep for the wrong amount of time. The painting? Now there are no dogs, just grass. And in the distance, faint but visible, a man in a three-piece suit with his back turned. You stare. He does not turn. Not yet. Let's talk about succession. In medieval courts, power transfer was marked by sword, bloodline, or accident, rarely all three. Raymond doesn't use swords. He uses tea, files, and a long memory. This promotion? It's not for survival. It's for replacement. Someone out there has slipped, or vanished, or disappointed. And now you are being slid quietly into position. No fanfare, no briefing, just a door and a key. You look again at the note. Time only ticks when watched. A phrase, a riddle, a fail-safe. You whisper it once. Nothing happens. Good. It wasn't meant for this room. The wine is still untouched. And suddenly, that matters. Because this, all of it, might be about which cup you choose. You remember Raymond's rule of substitution. If they offer two options, it's never about the one you pick. It's about how long it takes you to ask for a third. You rise. Return to the tea tray. Pick neither. You walk to the decanter instead. Pour a third drink. Whiskey. 18-year-old Glendullish. The one you opened during the incident with the bishop. You weren't there. You read the transcript. You sip once. Then turn to face the door. Knock twice. Then pause. Then once more. The door opens inward. You didn't touch it. You don't need to. The hallway is long. Stone walls. Low lights. It smells like forgotten mail and cedar oil. You step forward. The couch exhales behind you, as if disappointed to lose another resident. And you don't look back, because this isn't about comfort, it's about function, and you've just been activated.
The door shuts behind you without ceremony. No theatrical creak, no dramatic final click. Just a soft, almost respectful thud, like it knows this is the last time you'll walk through it as the person you were. The hallway ahead stretches into an obedient hush. The kind of hush you usually associate with submarines, certain types of churches, or Raymond's silences right before someone signs something irreversible. Your shoes echo softly on the stone floor. The sound is oddly polite, not accusing, not shy, just acknowledging your presence, like the walls are nodding slightly as you pass. You hold the brass key tight in your hand, letting the teeth press gently into your palm, just enough to feel it, just enough to anchor you. Let's talk about corridors. Historically, corridors were architectural accidents, born from castles that needed private ways to get mistresses and ministers from bedchamber to council without anyone noticing. Later, they became metaphors of power, of secrecy, of tension that stretches on and on. Raymond's corridors? Built with intention. You pass the first door. No number, no handle, just a faint symbol scratched into the wood, two overlapping squares, or maybe a chessboard missing half its pieces. You don't stop. Second door, brass handle, slightly bent. The smell of cigarettes and lemon oil seeps through. You recognize it. This one leads to the surveillance archive, the place where mistakes go to be catalogued and occasionally replayed. Still not your stop. Third door, green paint, rusty hinge, lion's head knocker, 47 and a half. The door from the Polaroid. Except in real life, it looks more tired, more human. You reach into your pocket. The key slides in like it's done this before, turns without resistance. The lock opens with a click that somehow sounds both ancient and smug. Inside, a single light bulb dangles from a wire. A desk, a chair, a rotary phone, and sitting in the corner like it's been waiting all your life, a box. You step in. The air is cooler.
heavy with the scent of old ink and decisions made too quickly. You sit. No creaking this time. The chair accepts you. The phone is silent. The dial is cracked. The cord is coiled like a bored snake. You don't touch it. Not yet. The box on the floor is about the size of a toolbox. Black. Metal. Labeled simply, open when told. You wait, because you were trained to, because in Raymond's world, those who ask what's next rarely hear the answer. Instead, you let your hands rest. You take in the peeling paint. You count the cracks in the concrete. You think of the dogs in the painting, the ones who turned their backs, and the man who never did. Then, right on cue, the phone rings. Once. You don't jump. You lift the receiver calmly. A pause. Static. Then a voice. Not Raymond's. Someone else. Older. Slower. More gravel than melody. You're sitting in the chair then. You say nothing. The voice continues. You'll open the box in 3 minutes. Not before. There's a timer inside. You'll wait for the tone. Then remove the object. Only one. The rest is not for you. Another click. Then silence. You set the receiver down gently, as if the person might still be listening. They probably are. You glance at the box. You wait. 60 seconds, then 90. The longest 3 minutes of your life, even though nothing is happening. Then beep. Soft. Artificial. You open the box. Inside. Watch. Not ticking. A matchbook from a jazz club in Camden that burned down in 2008. A coin, smoothed by so many fingers it has no face. And a piece of paper, folded 3 times. You take the paper, leave the rest, unfold it. In perfect block letters, it reads, "The next time someone calls you Raymond, don't correct them." You exhale, and for the first time, the silence feels earned. You place the paper in your pocket. Stand. Close the box. Leave the room. Behind you, the door shuts again. Another hallway stretches out. This one is dimmer, cooler. It smells faintly of wood smoke and ambition. And somewhere down it, just barely audible under the electric hum of the lights overhead, you hear a voice, yours, saying something you haven't said yet. Something about clocks and dogs and spoons. But you're not scared. You're not confused. Because for the first time tonight, you're exactly where you're supposed to be. And the ticking? You don't hear it anymore. You're not watching the clock now. It's watching you.
The hallway. swallows your footsteps, like it's done this before, like it's rehearsed. The air grows thinner, not from lack of oxygen, but from a sense that your breath now matters. Every inhale is a decision. Every exhale, a commitment. There's no art on the walls here, no framed dogs, no antique clocks ticking out threats in formal cadence. Just raw concrete, smooth from wear, cracked in the corners like a smile trying not to happen. You walk. You don't count the steps. That's a trap. Ahead, another door. Smaller this time. Wood. Simple. No label. No handle. Just a slot, like an old confession booth or a paranoid postman's fever dream. You pause. Then a voice, your voice, comes from the other side. How many dogs were in the painting the second time? You don't answer immediately, because now you understand. This is a test of witnessing, of memory, of whether you were just surviving or paying attention. You reply calmly. 3, facing opposite directions, matching ears. The door opens. Not a creak, just a quiet invitation. You step inside. A small room, carpeted, 2 chairs, no table. And sitting in the chair opposite you, Raymond, or rather, a version of him. He looks tired, not old, not weak, just used, like a razor that's served far too many close shaves. He gestures to the chair. You sit. He watches you for a moment, then smiles. Just a crease at the corner of the mouth. No teeth, no joy, just function. You passed. You nod. Of course you did. He continues. You didn't drink the second cup. You noticed the mirror. You listened to the clock. You asked nothing until the file gave you something to ask. You even waited your full 3 minutes without touching the box. And you never called it a promotion out loud, which it wasn't. He leans back, eyes fixed on yours, calm, steady. It was an inheritance. You swallow, but not out of fear. More like a shifting of weight, the mental adjustment to being the thing you used to stand behind. You want to ask, what now? But that's not the question he wants to hear. So instead, you ask, who was I replacing? Raymond tilts his head slightly. He seems pleased. Ah, that's the better question. He reaches into his coat, pulls out a small black envelope, hands it to you.
You open it. Inside, a photograph. You. Or at least someone identical to you, but not quite. The nose is wrong, the posture slightly too rigid, the suit a half season off, the kind of details that don't matter to the average eye, but devour you if you've ever ironed Raymond's cuffs at 3 a.m. You raise your eyes. A mirror copy. He nods. Reconstructed from surveillance, patterns, and small indulgences. It was never meant to be you, just to learn from. What you left behind. You'd be surprised how many people can't tell the difference, including themselves. You nod. You're not surprised. You look down again at the photograph. The mirror you is holding a teacup. You remember now. The first cup you drank tonight. It wasn't yours. It was his. You were the one who switched them. And now you're here, in the chair. The real Raymond, or the closest version, speaks again. You'll find the world quieter from now on, not because there's less danger, but because fewer people will say what they actually think around you. He stands. You mirror him. He walks to the wall, presses a small square panel. Another door opens, this one bright, sunlight. Early morning, birds, a delivery truck reversing, real life, the filtered kind. He doesn't look back. He steps through and vanishes. You're alone, except you're not. Because now there's a phone on the chair where he sat. You pick it up. It's warm. It rings once, without waiting for you to dial. You answer. A voice, low and tired and familiar, says, "Sir, we have a situation at the Chelsea Garden House. The roses, they've bloomed early, but they're not red." You nod once. Send Gerald, then prep the ledger. Click. You set the phone down. And now you understand the final lesson. This wasn't a story about how you entered Raymond's world. This was about how the world left you in it. And from this point forward, you're no longer the one asking questions. You're the one people whisper about when they think the room is empty. And the couch? It will wait, like it always does, for the next one, for the next you.
You don't leave right away. You linger in the chair, just long enough for the weight of what's changed to settle into the cushions. The silence isn't uncomfortable. It's contemplative. Like the air itself is waiting to see if you'll crack under the promotion that isn't a promotion. The inheritance you never asked for. The loop you were born into the moment you understood how to make tea properly and quietly keep secrets. On the wall, a clock ticks again. Forward. Normal. Back to the illusion of time as we know it. You stand slowly, the way people rise from pews after funerals, with a sense of occasion but also relief. Let's talk about identity. For centuries, spies operated with false names not to hide, but to sharpen themselves, to become what was needed, to narrow their life into a weapon. Historians still debate whether those who adopted new names survived longer or simply died more usefully. You leave the chair behind. The hallway now feels different. Not longer, not darker, just more obedient. It doesn't echo, doesn't breathe, doesn't warn. It simply accepts you. Back into the room. Yes, that room. The one with the couch, the tea set, the painting. It's all back, but not. The tea is gone. The wine glass gone. The couch reupholstered. Same shape, different material. Now it's a deep forest green with brass studs and a folded wool throw that smells faintly of rosemary and endings. The painting? No dogs, just grass. And in the distance, barely visible now, the outline of you. But not the current you, the former you, the one who used to wonder, the one who used to sit here. That version is frozen in the frame, back turned, slightly slouched, caught mid-thought, mid-regret. You walk past it. You check the desk. No files, no pens. Only one envelope, cream-colored, embossed with a lion's head and sealed with wax. Your name isn't on it. It just says, "Deliver personally, no substitutions." Inside is a photograph of a garden gate, slightly ajar, shadowy footprints trailing through the dew. A date, a single word, scrawled in graphite. Marlowe. You know the place. You've never been, but you know it. The way foxes know the edge of the forest they've never crossed. You pocket the envelope. Then look once more at the clock. It says 5 a.m., sharp, exact, deliberate, which in this house is never a coincidence, because 5 a.m. is handover time, always has been. You go to the wardrobe in the corner, the one few people ever touch. You open it. Inside, one tailored three-piece suit, dark gray, one pair of gloves, soft leather, one umbrella, black, weighted handle, and a tie, navy blue, with a single embroidered thread that reads, "Observe." You change. Not quickly, not dramatically. You change like someone sealing a document, firm, precise, final. Your own reflection in the mirror, it nods. You nod back. No words exchanged, none needed. The door behind you
The one that used to be hidden swings open again. But now it's no longer a secret. Now it's simply the next step. You step through. And the room behind you, it resets. The couch exhales. The clock blinks once. And the painting gains a new figure. Someone younger, wearing your old shoes, looking very confused, but not for long, because you'll be back, not as a person, as a voice, a presence, a lesson, because that's what this job becomes. Eventually, we all become someone else's Raymond, and that's the real inheritance.
The morning air outside isn't fresh. It's curated. Filtered through expensive brick, silent security, and 2 layers of invisible influence that even birds hesitate to cross. The gate closes behind you without a sound. You walk down a gravel path so finely laid that no stone dares crunch without permission. London at this hour isn't awake, it's preparing. Cabs glide like rumors, pigeons fluff their feathers like dockside informants, and milkmen deliver cartons to doors guarded by lawyers who never sleep. You pass 3 corners, 4 benches, and 1 man pretending to stretch while actually reporting to a satellite. The world, you realize, is brimming with theater. And you're finally playing the part they've been waiting for. Marlow Street isn't far. It's the kind of place that only exists in certain tax brackets. Everything painted just a little too matte. Trees trimmed to an unnatural geometry. Even the ivy seems to have clearance. The house with the gate is at the end. Red bricks. No mailbox. The air here smells of lilac, engine grease, and that particular brand of tension usually reserved for diplomatic standoffs and very expensive poker games. You approach the gate. It creaks. On purpose. You knock. No answer. You knock again. Still nothing. Then, from behind you, a voice. Late, but dressed well. You turn. A woman, early 60s, pale suit. Face like someone who's fired people during breakfast and then offered them tea out of pity or respect. Possibly both. She holds out her hand. You pass her the envelope. She nods, doesn't open it, doesn't need to. Sit. There's a bench near the gate. You sit. She lights a cigarette, offers you one. You decline. Of course you don't smoke. Not anymore. That's why they picked you. You don't reply. She exhales slowly, smoke curling like a signature she's been practicing for decades. The roses bloomed early. That's not a metaphor. That's the actual problem. You blink. She gestures to the garden. Indeed, too early. Bright, defiant,
full bloom where there should be silence. Someone's fertilizing with something clever or stupid, possibly both. She turns to you, eyes narrowing. You know how this works? You nod. You don't, but you will. She stands. Walk with me. You follow her through the garden path. She names each flower like a person. Geraldine, this one's always impatient. Marcus, always leans toward the neighbor's hedge. You don't ask if she's joking, because you understand now. Every part of this world speaks, even plants, even pigeons. And the only way to stay alive is to listen in ways no one trained you for. At the far end of the garden, a shed, locked, burn marks around the hinges. They tried to burn the evidence, but this place doesn't forget. She unlocks the shed. Inside, a desk, another box, another chair. She gestures. You sit. I leave. You'll know what to do. You sit. She closes the door. You open the box. Inside, one USB drive, one glass marble, one photograph of a man you've never met, smiling too broadly, holding a rose that looks very much like Marcus, and a folder, labeled only R. You smile, because there's no signature, but you don't need one. The story has come full circle, except now you're writing the footnotes, and someone, somewhere, is trying to fall asleep on a couch that smells like rosemary, wondering whether the ticking clock means anything, and whether the second cup was meant for them. It probably was, but they'll learn, like you did, because in this business no one's born Raymond. They just wake up one day and find themselves holding the umbrella and not knowing where the rain's coming from. Yet. You're still sitting. The shed is quiet now. The birds have stopped auditioning their songs. Even the roses, bright, audacious things, seem to have calmed. The light from the single bulb above hums just slightly, enough to remind you you're inside something that hums back. A system, a cycle, a room that remembers everyone who's passed through it, whether they left fingerprints or not. You fold the folder gently. Place the marble in your palm. It's smooth, cool, honest. Outside, the wind brushes lightly through the hedges. Not in warning, not anymore. Just a rhythm. Just the way the world says good night in the language of leaves. You don't rush. There's no meeting waiting, no train to catch. Just the slow understanding that the silence you hear now is yours, earned. The chair doesn't creak. The walls don't shift. The box is closed again. And the photo of the man with the rose, you place it upside down. Not out of malice, out of mercy. You breathe. In through your nose, out through your chest. Slow, even. The world outside will restart soon, with its honks and ringtones and sudden screams into empty alleyways. But not yet. For now, in this moment, You're just the person on the bench, waiting, thinking, remembering the names of flowers. You can sleep now. The umbrella's next to you, and it's not raining yet. You are ready.